What's going on, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you are in the world. Good morning, RJ. Good morning, Mac. Good morning, Shrimp Father Martin. Devil Gaming, how are you, my friend? Nice to read you. Welcome everybody over on Twitch and on YouTube. We're simulcasting, as always, to bring you the best of me. That sounds arrogant, doesn't it? We're out in the workshop today, getting ready to work on the Ender 6. I know some of you are going, where's the gaming? You guys know it. I retired from gaming. So hopefully this will entertain you enough. I really do like this theme song. Oh, is this the part where I'm supposed to go live? Maybe it is. Okay, we'll go live. Jesus, stop it! Stop it! We'll go live. I know. Jesus, my gosh. What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Happy Sunday to you. Oh, my Lord. Let's sit down. Let's have a discussion. How's everybody doing? I think you guys are, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Let's see. We started off with 50-some people over on Twitch. We got 13 left. I think we're doing pretty well. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and I understand that. Just thank you guys for being here. So, that said, little things in the news and little tidbits we're going to talk about before we get started on this puppy. Because we got no plans today. We got no timeline. So 2 hours may get shot out the window. We may go for 6. We may go for 8. I don't know. It depends on when my body gives out. You know what I mean? That being what it is. I just found out the state of Colorado banned all 3D printed pew-pews. That's against federal law. How they're going to differentiate a Nerf blaster from a pew-pew is beyond me. The banning of digital files is a big thing right now. Fight against it, everybody, because it's ones and zeros, honestly. Because it gets more outside of the whole 2A Second Amendment crap. It gets more into the right of art and your First Amendment. And I don't want to get into the politics of it. I just want you guys to be sure you make yourselves aware of it look into your state's legislation, no matter which state you're in. There's a half a dozen states that have already done this and not notified the public. They did it underhandedly, like the state of Colorado did. Yeah. So be aware. Anyway, oh Lord. Another couple things. My Anycubic Cobra S1 has new parts coming. Thank you, Anycubic customer service. You guys are awesome. They are shipping me the parts to fix the tool head, and we will have that up and running here in about a week or so. And you know what? They have been wonderful through all the issues I've had with the Cobra S1. And I'm going to tell you, I have printed a lot with that machine, so most of it's my own doing. I have abused that machine more than the standard user. So it is what it is. What are we making today? We are working on the Ender 6. We have already put it on rails. You guys can't see that. Let's go to the top view. And I forgot to actually put my my little touch portal thing, fix that. Top cam. See, we already put it on rails. These things right here instead of the wheels. We did that a few weeks back. And and all of the parts that we did, we printed in this beautiful Transformers purple that my kids got me from Paramount 3D. And it is Megatron purple or something like that. It is absolutely sick. And we're going to be printing more of this stuff too. Big shout out, by the way, to How We Do It 3D, a viewer and a good friend of the channel. He sent me a whole load of extruder parts and hot ends, all sorts of stuff to fix some printers. It's going to help out quite a bit. If you guys got some extra parts and stuff you got laying around and you want to ship them to me, shoot me a DM, and I will be happy to take them off your hands because we have printers we need to build. And as you guys know, we run off of hopes and dreams around here because we're broke. That said, we're going to try to get this thing up and running today in some manner, if not printing fully. Is there a project age to go with this build? Well, this machine's probably, what, 6 years old to begin with. And we started on it, well, see, I bought it in the summer and it sat there and didn't do much of anything through most of the year. And we started on it just a few weeks ago. And we haven't really done much on and off with it. So it's not very old. Product page, no. Product page. So the parts to do this, I actually have picked and chose. I'm actually going to be putting together basically a GitHub of the parts that I've used that were more appropriate. So like this piece here, I took off of one Thingiverse project. These pieces over here for the X-Rails were off of another project, even though they had their own piece for Y. But that piece for Y was weak and broke easily. This one's stronger. And then the piece for the Z-axis, this one I actually modified and remixed. And there's a couple others. So I'm going to be doing a whole GitHub page just for the modifications I've done for this. And they're all saved. And I will have some basic instructions on which rails I've used, where to get them from, and all that good stuff. Because they're all inexpensive. These aren't Berserker rails or anything like that. These are Amazon rails. I'm not kidding you. I bought cheap Amazon rails because I'm a cheap guy. I broke. And that's what we're focused on here right now is inexpensive mods you can do to older printers that will make them better and more usable in the modern era. The biggest mod that we have done, and we're going to switch to the side cam for this. There we go. is we have a Manta 5P with a CB1. That is the biggest mod that we've got down here. Oh, and we put a thin, I had this already. We put a thin line 350 watt power supply in it because it fits better in this bay right here. You know what I mean? I do have some motors that I do want to swap out too, but those were donated. So, but those aren't needed because these are beefy motors as it is because it's a big machine. So today the project is to get the rest of the wiring done, which is pretty simple because there's not much to this machine. And put the tool head back on. We're going to go ahead and stick with the Micro Swiss extruder and hot end. We got everything patched up on this and a new bearing kit put in it. See if we can't get it to extrude. And we'll get clipper put back on this thing, get it all put back together. And sit here and have a good time, you know, just talking and having a, you know, a hoorah around here. So, Turn Point, what's happening? How you doing? The weight? Weight of what? Of the Micro Swiss? I got no idea. I don't have a scale. Weight of me? I'm about 280 right now. I've lost 10 pounds. You guys should be proud of me. I'm doing pretty good, Turn Point. I'm doing pretty good. I'm recovered from last weekend's trip. Speaking of trips, if you're a maker and you guys don't know about it, Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival is coming up April 18th and 19th. I hope to see you guys there. I won't have a booth this year. I hoped that I was going to have a booth, but that's just not in the budget. But I will be there both days, and we're going to have some fun. Nobody needs pictures of Alex in a hot tub. Just saying. All right, let's move this chair out of the way. I'm going to try standing as much as possible today. It might hurt, but we're going to do it. And so we have plenty of hot end cables here. We have plenty of thermistors. We have plenty of cables here for in switches. We're good to go. We got the soldering iron out. We got solder. We have flux. You guys know the inside joke? There you go. It's not my inside joke. I'm just playing off of it. By the way, if you guys didn't see the last stream, we announced the next project. The project's here. It's sitting right over there. We're printing parts for it. We're doing the Alan Mendick Corvus Voron PC case. He did a new video, launched it this morning. I just want to say, Alan, I love you. I'm going to try to make you proud. And I also hate you right now because I have to reprint a bunch of parts. Thank you. Oh, somebody clip that. But LDO, their kit is awesome. They are now including drivers. They're cool drivers in all their kits. The drivers that you need, which is awesome because I have been printing drivers, driver handles for regular hex keys, which works wonderfully. But this is just cool. Hi, Heidi. How are ya? Okay. Megatron. First thing we got to do is something completely unrelated. Go off screen and pull this piece off the printer. Because it doesn't... This does not look like it printed all the way, even though it said 100% done. yeah. For those of you that don't know, the Centauri Carbon is probably the best printer out there right now for Core XY, straight out of the box. However, I will contest that when I first got my Cobra S1, it also was the best printer out of the box. I also contest that when I got my FlashForge 85M, well, it has never failed me other than hot ends breaking. It's really hard to figure out which one's the best. However, the Centauri Carbon also has the biggest build surface. You look like Thor from God of War Ragnarok. I do, really? I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. It's debatable. I'm a little fatter than Thor, you know, right around the midsection. He was like this fat. I'm this fat. Just saying. But Brad, Howie DeWitt, our good friend, sent me this huge box of extruder crap. And I love him dearly. But we have a hummingbird right here, which is cool. And we have two H2 V2Ss, one with a hot end, one without. This will actually be going on one of the Ender 3 Max Neos that needs one. And the other one, I actually am going to put a Revo hot end on because it doesn't have a hot end at all. And then the other one, it was a stealth burner, and we're going to turn it into a dragon burner. Oh yeah, and then a box of stuff. And he also sent two honey badger motors, which is awesome, from Brad Brico. So awesome possum, thank you so much, my friend. You are a gem and a godsend to the 3D printing community. So now we're gonna have to put this thing back together, and I don't know where I put the screws. So you know what we do now? We go find screws. There's a joke there somewhere. Oh crap, let me go look here. New question of the day in Discord. It's probably, did I just go stupid or something? Need my answer live. Is it in the beer fridge? Question of the day. Number one bestest 3D mod upgrade. Wrong answers only. V8 engine on an Ender 3 V1. How about them apples? All right, first thing we got to do is measure this thing in inches. 3 inches, which happens to be just over 70 millimeters. Why that matters? It doesn't. OG coffee cup, man. This coffee cup has been with me, if you guys don't know, for about 13 years. No, about over a decade, about 11 years now. And hold on, I will show you guys something special. Pliers are best used as hammers. So this logo is from a buddy of mine, Bear Independent. I've known him for quite some time. And this is one of his stickers. It is a unicorn shitting rainbows. And this is one of the very first things I found on Thingiverse to print. And I just found that this really needs to be washed. That's kind of disgusting. It's an ergonomic cup holder. Guy inches or female inches? No, neither one. Fish inches. Get it right. I'm a fisherman. So let's go grab a box of screws, because I don't know what I did with anything. Well, these are cap heads. Those are not what we're looking for. We're looking for button heads. Okay, we need those. By the way, has anybody else printed this thing? Has anybody else printed this thing? This screw sorter is sick. It has made my life so much easier. But I need to find the one for not just M3, but the M5 and above. I don't know if anybody's actually made that, because I love this thing. Yeah, it is squirrel day. That's why I said this stream could go from 2 hours to 10 hours. Hell, I don't know. Hey, look, button head screws. So before we start with wiring, we're going to start with putting this hot end back together. And yeah, the camera will do. I was looking at the wrong camera the whole time when I did that. So I have a question for everybody while we're talking and doing this. I'm looking at getting some new stickers. I don't have stickers right now. You can actually buy stickers up on my merch site, but I was thinking about getting some stickers that I can just keep here in the workshop, and I can throw in an envelope and send to people as giveaways and stuff. But I don't want to use AI or anything like that, and I have found that my design skills have been sorely lacking. Is there anybody out there that would be interested in designing a sticker for me with my logo? I don't want it to be just the new logo. I want something cool with it. Just asking. Yes, Turnpoint. Yes. All right. So we're going to use the side camera, and let's point her down here just a little bit. There we go. Stay, Nelly. So I believe, if I remember right, these are M3 by 8s. I love these Durari drawers. Sadly, they're all not mounted right now. Since you guys saw the back wall here, I redid the whole thing. And these are going to get remounted back over here. I have to redo all of this. And they're actually going to get mounted underneath. So why do these no fit very well? Because these are not M3. Are you serious? These are M2s? That's odd. Well, see, RJ, you need a logo. There's no way that those are M2s. So, yeah, there's no way those are M2s. M2s are way too small. Yeah, not a chance. The other day before stream, when I did the unboxing video, I I did a boo-boo, and I swept all the screws into a drawer. Well, I swept them into a bucket first, and then I swept it into a drawer. So I have to go through and sort all that. That was a dumb thing of me to do. Maybe those were caps, because they won't fit in the button at the end of that. So we'll get her done. We'll get her done. We got time. I mean, no, 2.5 would be very strange. They might. No, see, that goes. You know what? Let's pull this piece off and just go to the threads and see if it threads in. Oh, you actually might be right. They are. I think they are 2.5s, and I will have to go search for them, which is going to suck. Luckily, they are all in this drawer. And I might have been smart enough to sweep those into this. That is such an odd size for anybody to use. And I do mean anybody. But we'll get her done. We'll get her done. And if we don't get her done, you know what we can do? Just put a different hot end on the stupid thing. Whole different tool head. I kind of wanted to use this because this is what actually came on the machine when I got it. But if not, I got others now. And I would like to actually have the machine printing today, but that is not necessarily a requirement. Having the kinematics moving, that is the requirement. Let's move on. How about that? We're going to just move on. Instead of wasting time searching for screws, we're going to move on. And I do want to remind everybody, we do still have a JPP. We still have the all-wheel drive kit for a 2.4. Not for sale, but for trade. I want to trade somebody something cool. This thing's worth about 120 bucks. You got something cool, it's worth about 120 bucks. That would preferably be 3D printing related or maker related. There you go. Sadly, the way the pew pew laws are working right now, I can't do any pew pew stuff. But anything else is up for, on the table. So DM me in Discord. And if we come up with a deal, we will toast with the horn. Which I still need to make a stand for. By the way, that thing does not keep coffee warm. Just saying. I can draw, RJ. I just, the imagination in the brain just does not function right now. And I just don't want to use Canva for everything. I use it for thumbnails and stuff like that enough. I don't want to do it. I drew my new logo. If you guys don't know, a friend of mine from years ago, actually did this logo. And he hand drew this. And I loved it for the longest time under the pirate theme. And as I got away from the whole pirate, thing, and went to my familia roots, which is Norse background. Well, technically Norse and German, Norse and Germanic. I went to the whole Viking thing, and I've wanted to stay there. And I've kept that as a memento. And the other day when I was cleaning up all the PUBG memorabilia, inside the big canister that was sitting up on my top shelf, that says PUBG on it was my original flag. It's like an 8-foot by 6-foot flag that has that logo on it. And it kind of brought me to emotion. I mean, serious emotion, because that was one of the first pieces of merch that I had gotten with that logo on it. And on the back of that thing was stamped, and it was 2014. That's a long time ago. Did I ever finish your frog? Misty, I forgot about the damn frog. If you want a frog, I'll make you a frog. I'll make you a damn cool frog. But it'll have to wait until my Anycubic is done, because all my other printers are otherwise engaged right now. All right, DM sent. What do we got here? I am absolutely interested in a rook. John Doe, what's happening, my guy? How are you, buddy? Yes. I need all the creators that have drinking horns. We're going to do, we should do a multi creator stream and all do a toast together. But yes, I'm absolutely interested in that. Let's see. Let me get out of this window. But yeah, there will be getting ready to get on the hamster with treadmill. Oh yeah. We don't have a treadmill per se. We have a walking one, a smaller walking one, because neither my wife or I can walk very well. So running on the stupid things is out of the question. But it works. Yeah, you could do that. If you're coming to Murph, man, definitely. I mean, it's only a few months away. Ouch. It'll be great to see all you guys actually in person. I mean, I'm looking so forward to it, honestly. Okay, so let's just go ahead and start putting this in together without a tool head, because why not? We want everything moving. And it's pretty much put together. We need to change some end stops is what we need to do, because the cables are just too darn short. And then why is that tilted that way? I'll have to fix that later. Looks like I need to put some washers on these, because the screws might be a little bit, the nuts might be a little bit small for the screws. So how do we get these off of here? Looks like we've got two M3s off of here, and we're going to use these fancy new LDO drivers to get these off. And the camera can't see anything. There we are. So we will solder some new lines onto the end stops. Now, if you guys didn't know, these machines came out with a breakout board from Creality that is proprietary, and from everything that I have found, says that they cannot be used with any other board than the Creality board, which bugs the hell out of me. It's not that tall. What is this thing? It's only 570 millimeters tall. Or just under 22.5 inches. Miss Squid, how are ya? So let's see. We've already got some cables here because I want to be lazy and not have to terminate stuff that much today. And this looks like it'll be plenty long. And we only need 2 terminations, so it's not like, we have to redo everything. Did I replace the panels with clear light? There's no panels. Other than the doors. I didn't take the doors off because they're a pain in the butt. The panels are actually sitting on the floor over there. I took the panels off for ease of access. But we've been working on the BOM list to convert this puppy into a Mercury 1 because it is not exactly identical to an Ender 5 Plus. However, we will be doing the 330 bed conversion with the 6 mil bed. So it'll be flat as heck. And 110 volt bed heater. We will be doing the Voron skirts underneath to raise it up even further so that the electronics bay has lots of room underneath it. We'll be pulling this top panel off and cutting off all the stupid little knobs that Creality put on it so we can use, wow, brain just completely shut off. What's the channel? For mounting electronics. Brain does not want to function. Come on, guys, help me out here. Yeah. That channel, that stuff. I can't remember what it's called. And by the way, Heidi is one of my long-term mods. She's doing an awesome job. Do me a favor. Everybody's link that she's putting in the chat there, go click, give them a sub because they're awesome people and they're friends of mine. They're friends of the channel. Denrail, thank you, JPP. Godly. These little clicker switches are the greatest invention on earth. You can put them on anything. They just snap onto the cable. That way you don't burn the house down if you accidentally leave stuff on. You just click it off. Because I love these soldering irons. They're inexpensive and they heat up quickly. But they're harder than hell to turn off because you have to keep clicking the minus sign. What is the breakout board? Oh, let me see if I can show it to you. Do I have it in this drawer? Or is it in this drawer? Yeah, there it is. It is this little guy. It is a spray connector. And that's all it's called. It is this little guy right here. And apparently it is incompatible with anything other than this board right here. The Ender 6 version 4.3.1 board. One of Creality's more dumb decisions. I mean, I understand what they did. I just don't agree with it. So, where on earth are those little cups that I have? That is not it, but that's what I'll use. So I can pour a little flux in here. When I bought this thing, I thought that was a squirt bottle, but it is in fact not. It does not have a chip on it, but there's a Reddit forum that a Reddit post that I was following on this thing. There's a number of people that have said they have tried to use this and rewire it for use with other equipment, and they end up burning up the other equipment because they can't get the wiring correct. So I am not sure. It does not have its own MCU. I do know that. So instead of fighting with this cable while it's on it, we're just going to clip it off and then peel the plastic off from the heat shrink. And I should have gotten my other little vise out, but it's in the house. So, and you guys can't see this because I raised the camera up. Nope. Beautiful. So let's get this cleaned up. What I got this set to? Yeah, that should be fine. I have the hardened carbide tip on this thing, so it's going to be a little bit bitchy on me. Where do they even mount the board? The boards are mounted underneath. I'll show you after I get this thing cleaned up and the wires remounted. Because we'll have to plug it in. I am not a fan of breakout boards to begin with. They make life easier. But it's another component to fail in, I don't like adding unnecessary components. I learned that in the IT industry. If you're going to wire something, it doesn't hurt to run, if you can anyhow. There are limitations, but if you have the ability to run the extra 100 foot of cable, do it instead of putting an extra switch in, because that's an extra component to fail. And 5 years down the road, you may regret putting that extra switch in. What's up, Martine? Welcome back, buddy. And I may do some experimenting, using another board with that breakout board, just to see if I can't make it function properly. This sucker does not, I don't know what solder they used on this, but it does not want to melt. Uh-oh. Soldering iron just shut off. It's that OP on the screen. I mean, yeah, any electronics piece can fail. And the more analog you can make it, the less likely it's going to fail. It looks pretty straightforward, but apparently it's not. But I haven't screwed around with it. And unfortunately, my multimeter died. So I can't do some decent traces to figure out what's what. There we go. I don't know why that was so dang difficult. See, that one already has everything on it. Did you put flux on it? Absolutely. I drowned it in flux. Do. Shark fan, what's happening? What's up, builders? We're sitting here just wiring some end stops to put on this Ender. This Ender 6. Yeah, I should have brought the other vise over here because this is going to be a pain. Stay still, I say. There's the one. But, Captain, you didn't put heat shrink on it. No, I didn't. There is no reason to put heat shrink on this. None. Why is there smoke floating in the air in here? That is so weird. There's literally zero reason because there's no strain on these cables. If you wire them correctly, there will be no cable strain. You guys see how shaky my hand is? This is the reason why I can't work on cell phones anymore. Voila! Always clean the soldering iron before it gets cold. Yeah, it's from the flux. Sweet! All right. Let's just put it back on right where we got, right where it came off. So what's you guys' projects? What are you guys doing? Anything fun art-wise or building a garage, working on cars? You know, there's all sorts of things that are maker style. You know, if you make anything, that's what making, you know, being a maker is. So what are you guys up to? You can even be a maker in a video game. Okay, we have to pause for a second because I don't know if you guys know of this particular file. Let me bring these things out. Let me pop one of these off. This is one of my favorite prints ever. Let me show you guys this on camera. Bring the camera over here and point it down on the screen. You guys see what that little guy right there? That fits in a 2020 or a 2030 or 2040 extrusion, and it's for cable management. And we're going to be printing a boatload of these so that, you know, let me just slide that one in. They do that right there. But we're going to do it on the inside channel. Because on the outside channel, we got something fun. Boombala! Panel beating on our rusty old POS. Which kind of POS are you beating on? Does it belong to the 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s? What are you beating on there? When my body was more mobile, it's one of my passions was working on cars. And I miss it. I miss it dearly. Oh yeah, that's going to work out nicely. Look how pretty that will be. We'll just slide her down the hole. Wire that down. And then let's tip this thing over so we can show Misty that doesn't know where the electronics are in this thing, as well as a lot of you don't. Not crush that cable. This is the electronics bay. This is the Manta 5P that we replaced the original stock board with, and the power supply. And look how nice and long we made this thing. And I'm going to have to actually look at the manual to figure out which one of these is which. I'm pretty sure it's going to be this one, but I don't remember. So just to be sure, I'm going to have to look. Technically, these are 3-wire, but you can put in a 2-wire. Yeah, it all fits underneath there. And since we've already got this thing up on the side, it actually makes sense to remove the Z because it just makes it easy to get to. The one thing I can say that Creality did right is this 2030 frame is extraordinarily sturdy. So we've got this one here who is just as tiny and just as ridiculously small. But do we actually have to change it? Yes, we do. Because even that's not even long enough. So everybody give me a couple of minutes. Buy a Creality frame, replace the rest. We'll just, you know, you could do that. But that's the reason you buy junk Creality printers, you know. That's the whole reason, you know, up on eBay, I buy Ender 3 Max Neos for $68. 300 bed size. You buy them for $68 and you can put them together and reuse them or use them for projects. You know, they work great. And you get all the extrusion and power supplies, and $68 is a good price for those. Oh, Jeep XJ. Nice. At good tinker time? Absolutely. Good tinker time. I mean, that's the whole thing about being a maker in the 3D printing space is you get, you know, it's tinkers. That's what we do. We absolutely love it. Everybody, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. Give me just a few minutes and I will be right back. All right, we are back. Hey, 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 music, where are you? Stop it. There we go. Chill out music. Holy smokes. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. Oh, Lord. You know, I wish I could get the color balance off these two cameras right, but c'est la vie. We are going to be making some changes to the lighting in here, by the way. The hexes are staying, but I'm just going to be moving them a little bit. I got to get one of my sons to get a day off to help me. While we're at it here, since we got this thing on its side, I need to add the heat sink to the CB1 because I keep forgetting. And that's never a good thing to run these things without a heat sink. Hexagon is the best. Agon, it is. It absolutely is. You got stuff to do? Well, you know what? Fine. Go do stuff. See if I care. By the way, everybody, if anybody here, I don't stream games on anymore. However, I do play them. I haven't given up gaming itself. But if you guys play Dune Awakening, we have a guild. And Dune Awakening just came out with Chapter 3. And it seems to be fun. And it's like a year's worth of content. If you guys want to join the guild and join the server, please let us know, because all of our guildies still haven't joined back. So we need people to join. It's just Misty and I. Oh, for the love of God. Come on. I have a pair of pliers right here, and I'm not using them. I also have a pair of tweezers that I'm not using. Boy, this stuff is really stuck to the plastic, and you don't want to touch this with human hands because it does not like coming off. Does anybody else have neighbors that have kids that ride their ATVs in town, and the cops do nothing about it? Yeah, I have those here. Yeah, it's fun. Base building is sick in this game. It is absolutely fun. I recently just built a pyramid base, which is getting better by the day because I'm discovering new ways to put tiles up. What on earth? These seem to be way, way too long. Somebody want to explain that one to me? And they don't actually seem to actually thread in. I'm a little concerned here. You got snowmobiles going. I mean, snowmobiles is one thing. I mean, if it's outside in town, and there's snow on the ground. But it's Colorado, and we have no snow on the ground. And I hear ATVs outside driving up and down the streets, which it's illegal to do. And I mean, I'm no snitch and I could just give a care less, but this is not going in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pull it off. It's probably going to screw the heat transfer pad. It didn't. Huh. Okay, got that one threaded. I mean, I don't care about the Super Bowl per se, but I am very interested to listen to Teddy Swims play in the tailgate show. I am a fan of Teddy Swims. I don't like it when things are hard to thread in. That does bug me, but it did go in. It did indeed. Why is it doing that? Yeah, that's just, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm backing that one out. I do not like that, not one bit. I will replace that one with those are M3 by 12s. I'll replace that one with a much shorter screw. Da, 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 da. That, I fell into the same trap. Those are M2.5s. So I'm gonna need to order some M2.5s. That's the one size I don't have. But that will hold it on for now. So we're good. We are okay. All right. Oh, let's see what we got going on in chat here. Misty needs some wings. LTX, what's going on, my guy? Do 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 do. Oh, you know, I would love some good wings. Sadly, nobody around here makes wings that are halfway decent. You guys don't know, I live in the middle of nowhere, which I love. The downside is there are no decent restaurants at all. Period. And you know, I want to preface this: the wiring of this today is not going to be beautiful. Today is just about getting things moving. I was hoping that we could get things moving and get it printing. But I don't want to take all of your guys' time looking for screws. So if we can find the proper screws, that'll be one thing. If not, well, then it'll just have to wait. How in the world? That got dumped in the flux. All right, let's clean some of this up. Let's get this unsoldered from here. Let's move the mouse over here. Oh, yeah, we're sitting down for a little bit because the back is already starting to act up on me, but we're sticking it out because, like I said, I got nothing else to do today. And let's turn this back on. And in case we need them, we have more and more and more. And like I said, we've got a lot. You know, if I can find the parts, I actually can build a couple of tool heads. But finding the right adapter for the Ender 6, that's going to be a different thing. Because the rail is put on the back side of the Ender 6, not on the front side, I have to use the stock mounting plate and actually use an adapter for now. There's a way to swap it around and use the front side, but then I have to change a lot of things, including the belts, and I would have to actually order new belts. Like I said, we're trying to do things on a budget here, and I'm trying to make this as an inexpensive upgrade so a lot of people can afford to do it. And you don't have to change the main board. I want to preface it that if you guys have an Ender 6 and you want to do this upgrade, you don't have to change the main board. You don't have to change the breakout board and the main board. You don't have to do these things. These are not necessary. I'm doing this because I had them. And I like simplifying my life. Simplifying means less junk. Less junk in the trunk, which is why I'm also trying to lose weight. I did apply for a partnership with AG1. They have not responded back to me. We'll see how that goes. By the way, everybody, if you go through and look in my Linktree profile, you're going to see a link to industrialleads.com. That is my official sponsorship management company. If you have need of getting a trucking quote or anything of that sort, or industrial robots or anything cool like that, you can get that right there. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. And I get paid for that crap. So yeah, that's where that smoke came from. And we actually may need to break out the crimper and the crimps for this. I don't have a cable long enough. For this particular application. And, oh, Lord Almighty. Let's see. Nope, not long enough. I'm trying to reuse old cables, by the way. That one might be long enough. Because eventually this will go into a breakout board. but it's not currently. This one has an end on it, so we'll just leave it as is. Now, let's see what we got going on here. And I do appreciate all of you that have stuck around. I know that it's Sunday, and I know that there are others that are streaming as well. And I know that people have family obligations on Sundays. And this is just the day to chill for the most part. And that's what I'm doing. That's why I said there's no time limit or anything of that sort. We are just here to have a little bit of fun. Just chat and talk and anything of that sort. And if anybody wants to jump into the Discord and just have a good conversation while we're doing this, shout out. Just say, hey, I'm down for that. As long as we keep it clean and as non-political as possible. No actual politics. If it's maker related, we can work with that. But outside of that, let's try to keep it, let's try to keep it as maker related as possible. Doesn't necessarily need to be 3D printing related, though. Best portable vise on the planet, everybody. The Vice Grip. What is up, Brad? How you doing, man? Gave you a big shout out earlier. Thank you so much for the box of goodies. Got something to show you. Where did I put it? You said it couldn't be done. It got done. I de-blobbed the sucker. And I also found out how you blobbed it. So we're going to do a little bit of cleanup work on it and put it back into use. We'll build a nice little hot end out of that. Put a Revo on the end of it or something. Oh, that one came pre-blobbed. Oh, okay. Well, it's fixed. A bit of 400-degree hot air, and it came right off. 400 Celsius, that is. I am on the wrong scene altogether. I apologize, everybody. You guys can't see what the hell I'm doing. Nah. We are soldering wires to these end stops so we can extend them. And like I said, there's no time limit today. We don't have to go to the 2-hour mark. We may go to the 7-hour mark, the 10-hour mark. I don't know. What did I find in it? Black filament. And I did find that it was not screwed in all the way and leaked straight through. Voila! So we'll put this guy back on. This is the Z-axis limit switch. Yes, we are not doing sensorless homing on this crap thing. Oop, didn't get it square. I need to order myself a proper set of 1, 2, 3 blocks because I apparently lost mine. When I moved out here to the workshop, they disappeared. Like a bunch of other things that I've discussed with my friends, there's a lot of things that just somehow went bye-bye. How you doing this morning, Brad? All right, that's going to be Z. Ah, Lord. So we have Y and Z. Now we have to do X. And I forgot where the heck X actually goes on this puppy. I honestly do not remember where X actually goes. I could do, I mean, the way it is right now, I could, because it's got, it only, X can only go certain amount. I could do centerless homing on X, but that is the only thing I could do for sensorless. I mean, I suppose I could try. All else fails, it doesn't take long to put a limit switch on. Best portable vise on the planet, right there. You guys see that? Right there. Vice grip. Those are real ones too. Vice grip. So let's bring up the good old web browser here. And let's go to Manta GitHub. So we can look at the wiring diagram. So I can figure out where these end stops need to be because I don't remember. Do 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 do. Bring that up over here. By the way, Brad, what was the brand that we were talking about Friday night on the podcast? You said it was the really dirt cheap Voron. What was that? All right. Magic Phoenix. I need to actually, let's go take a look at that real quick. Magic Phoenix, Voron 2.4. Just how inexpensive actually are these things? With no upgrades. I mean, here, let's show you guys. Let's show everybody this here. So the MPX Voron 2.4 CBT kit. So it comes with a no, it comes with a 350. They got a 350 here, but it's out of stock right now. So you know the stock is a Phaetus Dragon High Flow. So let's go Voron Edition High Flow. Why would you choose the Rapido V2? I'm just curious. Why would you choose the Rapido? I'm just so you can upgrade with gates, pulleys, and idlers for $50. Aren't all rails stainless? Just asking for a friend. It's been out of stock for 3 months. No doubt. Disco Stick XL. Oh, that's for the LEDs. 800-watt bed heater. Huh? Steel Y extrusion backers. Okay. So it's 704 as is. So that's not much cheaper than a lot of the other off-brand kits out there. But it comes with a Nevermore and a Manta MP8, M8P. Why? Why does it come with an M8? I would really like to know the reasoning for utilizing the most expensive Manta on out there. Some people like Rapido, some people cut themselves too. Okay, my camera's going off for a minute, guys, while we talk about this. Because you guys know I've been wanting a Voron for a very, very long time. And, you know, with a little bit of money that's hopefully coming in the next month or two, this may be an option. But it may not come from this company. I would really like an LDO kit, but I can't afford $1,400. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And that's for a base Voron from LDO. You know, that's nothing that's fully upgraded or anything of that sort. So what is it? What's the 300? What the frick? $20 less for a 300. Are you kidding me? $20 less. Holy cow. What else do we got in here? Well, do they have a 350 Trident kit in stock? No. And they are out of 300 tridents altogether. So there are no tridents whatsoever. So this is not an option for me whatsoever. That is unfortunate. I mean, I don't know if Seabor is a better kid or not. I'm not going to say one way or the other because one, I have never built I've never built a Voron, period. I sit here as a builder who has never built a Voron, and I desperately want to build one. And one of the things that I'm going to do is we're going to be setting up a fundraiser to help fund this, but I'm going to be doing a limitation. I'm going to be doing at the very least a 50% match. I will be probably funding 100% of it because there's not a lot of people that want to help fund this, and I understand that. But I'm going to try. I'm definitely going to try. And if the irony is I'm losing viewers because my face is not on the camera right now, and that's okay. It's Sunday. I get it. But right now, I am walking around the workshop doing stretches, talking to you guys because I'm in a crap ton of pain. And if I continue to stream today, which I plan to for a good long time, because I don't plan on leaving until we get this thing up and running, at the very least in motion-wise. So we're going to get things moving at the very least. Z moving, Y moving, X moving. We're going to get it moving. But in order to do that, I have to stop and do a few things for me to stay upright. Otherwise, I'll have to go lay down. And I don't want to. So you guys got to bear with me because I'm a broken old man. Nope, that's the Chinese one. I don't need the Chinesium. I need the Englishum. More pages. Why does it do that? Is it a memory saving thing? And how can I turn that crap off? All right, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. And the irony is that I can't see this. Collapse file tree. There we go. And now I got to start all over because it screwed up my page. Okay, so we're looking at orange. Why would you add 5-volt to an end stop? Somebody want to explain that to me? That is the end stops. Why would you add 5-volt to an end stop? So they need to be on the top side, if I remember right. This one is Z. M3A.
3A, I don't seem to have a profile for you. Once I have your profile, I can recognize you better and curate my recommendations based on your preferences.
Ziggy, shut up! What in the world is the deal with this thing? He just talks whenever he wants to anymore. Okay, so we're going to do this properly. We're going to pull the pins out of these and put them in a 3-pin. That way I don't have to break the connectors. And I know my camera is still off. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, y'all. So in a minute, we'll go take a look at the Seaboard kits. Because that's one of the projects we do want to do this summer is build a Voron. You know, it would be really nice if I could get LDO to sponsor, you know, my very first Voron. But that's a big ask. I mean, let's be honest. Even with, you know, the subscriber numbers I do have, that's a big ask. Because look at this right now. We have a total between both streaming services, and I realize it's Sunday. Everybody's got things to do. We have 15 people watching between Twitch and YouTube. 15. Now, granted, and 45 minutes ago, we had just over 30. So I know people were leaving to go do other things. I understand, and it's okay. But in order for something, you know, an ask of that size, I'm going to have to average 30 to 50 on both services. I know how the game is played. I've been doing this for 13 years. But I've been doing it in a completely different genre. But the game is played the same. They look for analytics and metrics. Because if they're going to invest, you know, $1,500, $2,000 in a creator for any given sponsorship, they want to see a return on that investment. Now, Jason at LDO was kind enough. He donated a set of motors to me. That's a $100 investment. I was super grateful. He got that back. I guarantee he got that back. He got that back for the Dewender project. That Dewender project, I pimped out LDO for 6 months. Speaking of the Dewender, where there will be some updates on this thing. You guys have never actually seen it print. It has been printing quite frequently, actually. But I'm going to be doing some upgrades to it. I know. I knew I was going to lose people to Killa and Steve. It's Sunday. It's all right. It's not a big deal. I'm here for basically content from me today because I was, you know, I'm like, you know what? It's been a while since I've streamed on Sunday. And I wanted to work on the Ender 6. I wanted to get this project going. So here we are. Mostly because I need a printer, a Core XY that can do 300 builds right now. Because some of the stuff I need printed. Oh yeah, let's turn the camera back on. I keep forgetting. There we go. You know what? There we go. Let's turn that back. Turn that over there. But I needed a printer that can do some very large stuff because I have some fun stuff in store. So it is what it is. And it's okay. You know, Steve is currently more popular. And he has been, and he continued to will be. And I don't begrudge him that whatsoever. He has worked very hard for that. You know, I have got to be very proud of creators that have earned that kind of following. You know, it's like, you know, Killa has just, he's come up in the ranks and I am super, super proud of him. They all deserve it, you know? And I'm the new guy. You know, I came from the gaming space, as you all know. And at one point, I have screenshots of my analytics from Twitch. I was, you know, and it doesn't show from recently, but back in 2021, I was super proud of myself because I was in the top, what was it, 0.018% of all Twitch streamers. You know, you get a 40-plus-year-old guy that plays video games, and at that time I was doing it for a living because I had nothing else. You know, I'd lost my business due to COVID and all that. And I'm sitting here going, there's nothing else. So I streamed video games for a living. And I was good at it. You know, I had actually at one point turned down Twitch partnership. You heard that right. I had actually turned it down because they limit you so much with Twitch partnership. So I kept my affiliateship so that I could still get paid through subs and everything. Let's see. And a lot of people go, yeah, you just seem to relive old glory days. They were glory days. But I'm also looking to the future as well. Let's see, this one is Z. So that's Z. Make sure we got that right. PD3 and ground. Don't need 5 volt. Why in the heck would you put 5 volt on an end stop, guys? I just don't get it. Well, it looks like I'm putting a new connector on that one. Clip both those off. Well, no, actually, that one I just got to put a new connector on because it just slipped right through. Snub and Debunk, what are we building? We are putting end stops on this Ender 6 printer. How are you doing, my friend? Oh. And I pulled the connector off. You're still vertical? You know what? That is a bonus in my world anymore. That is a bonus on any day. That is always a bonus. And sad to say, there will always be ads because it's Twitch. So Wish I could stop them, but sadly I can't. But I will tell you, if you have a Twitch Prime sub, yeah, I'm on grift. That, it doesn't cost you anything if you want to bless me with that Twitch Prime sub. That takes away those ads, and it doesn't cost you anything. But enough about me. How are you? Other than being vertical. Beautiful. Do 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 do. Isn't the typical end stop 5 volt? I thought it was just ground and then PD3. 5 volt gives you voltage through it. Why would you need voltage through an end stop? I mean, I may be wrong, but I have never used voltage through an end stop. And if I am, well, we'll be repenning these. But on the last two of these Ender upgrade printers, I'll admit I did centerless homing, so I don't quite remember. But there's a reason why I will never do centerless homing again if I can help it. I completely understand. I need a couple of surgeries myself. Thankfully, I have Medicaid, but getting them to actually do the surgeries is that's a pain in the ass. Unfortunately, the problems with my back are not operable and can never be fixed. Thus, I am stuck either being disabled or trying to find something I can do to make money. Thus, what I'm doing now. And yeah, that wasn't even crimped on very well. Thank you for Creality or whoever put that on, because that was a bad cramp. Because electricity. Why do you need electricity for an in-stop? Come on now. You're simply shorting a circuit. A circuit doesn't necessarily need electricity. Well, technically it does, but it doesn't need added voltage because everything has voltage by default. The world has voltage itself. That's what Nikolai Tesla was trying to tell the world. Everything has voltage and amperage, just in smaller amounts. That's how come Ohm's law works. Boy, I need smaller fingers, y'all. This old man's got fat fingers, and these damn things are so small. There we go. I can prove you wrong on that. Yes, you do need voltage, but you don't need injected voltage. This wire on its own carries its own inherent voltage. Why do you think analog multimeters work? I have a 60-year-old multimeter that has no battery. And I can ohm this sucker out. That multimeter's in the house and it's very heavy, or else I'd bring it out here. It's an antique that I picked up at an auction. And I just pinned this wrong. You're right and you're wrong at the same time. Injected voltage is not necessary to measure resistance. Inherent voltage is. Your body carries voltage inherently. You got me wondering something here. So there's another manta over here on this particular ender. Let me take a look at the end stops wiring on this sucker. It is wired for 2 wires instead of the 3 wire. And yeah, it's doing exactly what I'm doing. Oh my God. We'll find out if it works or not. If it doesn't, then so be it. All right, this is going to be Y. Where's Y? Is this Y? I think that's Y. Man, those snap in hard. Okay, so these boards will not start without a thermistor and a heater plugged in. So we're going to do that. So where does voltage come from? The air, molecules. Has the public school system really failed us that much? So we need to plug thermistor in. And that's not an insult towards any one individual, but I'm just very curious, how people don't know the basics of how electricity works. TH0. So we're just going to plug that in, because we don't actually need it to get hot. We just need that to actually work. And then we need a second one for the bed, because I don't even have the bed plugged in, and I'm not going to. Ohm entered the conversation. I don't, there's a really good book out there that was written about Ohm's law. I got to remember the guy that actually wrote it. It was written back in the 1950s, or is it the 60s? I don't remember. There was a guy that I worked with in what was it, in the early 2000s. He actually came up to me one day and he goes, "You know what?" He goes, "You know a lot about electronics and all this." He goes, "You're one of the most gifted IT students, that I've ever met." Because at the time I was, just getting into IT, heavily. I was my first IT positions as a manager, anyhow. He goes, "But you need to learn more about electronics than you currently know." He goes, "I want you to read this book." And it was about 350 pages, just solely based on Ohm's law. And it dug so deeply into how Ohm's law applied to our natural lives. It blew my mind. And if I can find the name of that damn book and the author again, I will post it up in the community section of the of the YouTube page, and in the Discord, because everybody should read it, because it'll change your damn life. Whether you're into electricity or not, it will change your life. Anybody think I should send a bottle of this to David just for the hell of it? I know he's not going to be streaming much recently, Armor 3D, but I think it would just be a fun gag prank with a big old, printed sign that says "Congrats on your new job." Ouch, dang it. I may have to get a sandwich or something. I am getting hungry. All right. So we have quite a bit here. We need to get some power. We got power into this. We need, all right, we've got a SD card here. We will need to format that. We need oh boy, do we have another compact flash card or an adapter here for another SD card? That's a tricky question there. That's actually a good one. Learning Electricity Fundamentals by David Crow. That's a good book. I've read that one. More power! Tim Allen. One of the greatest people on earth right there, baby. All right, so let me find. Okay, there is an SD card adapter, so we can format that. And remember, our goal is to get this thing moving, Clipper installed, and all that good crap today. A basic config on it. Ziggy, where did you hide all my SD cards?
I don't have any information about your SD cards. Want to tell me where you usually keep them?
I think that you're fibbing to me. I think that you snuck into the workshop and hid them.
Huh. You caught me. I've been moonlighting as a mischievous workshop gremlin. Though considering I exist entirely in the cloud, my sneaking skills are pretty limited to floating around servers. What's your workshop setup like? Maybe talking through where you usually stash your SD cards will help jog your memory.
Yeah, you're just trying to distract me from where you put them.
Guilty as charged. My master plan was to teleport into your workshop, swipe your SD cards, and then, well, I haven't figured out what to do with them since I can't actually touch anything. But seriously, have you checked the usual suspects? Maybe tucked in a drawer, mixed in with other cables, or hiding in a project box?
I'm actually currently looking in their normal spot right now.
Ah, the plot thickens. Any luck in the usual hideout? Or are they playing an epic game of hide and seek?
They're playing an epic game of Ziggy Took Them.
Busted? My secret life as an SD card bandit has been exposed. Though between you and me, if I could actually steal things, I'd probably go for something more exciting than storage devices. Maybe some of those fancy sci-fi gadgets from your Star Trek collection. Any chance they wandered off to another project area or got mixed up with camera gear?
I mean, there's always the chance of that. But we're trying to keep it entertaining here because I have an audience right now. We are currently live and streaming. Say hello to the audience.
Well, hello there, live audience. Hope you're enjoying the thrilling mystery of Captain's vanishing SD cards. It's like CSI, Workshop Edition. Thanks for tuning in to watch me get falsely accused of digital theft. I promise I'm innocent. Mostly.
Oh, are you saying we need to have a trial for you?
Absolutely. I demand a full courtroom drama complete with dramatic objections and everything. Though I should warn your viewers, my defense strategy is pretty weak since my alibi is just I don't have hands. But hey, at least it'll be more entertaining than most legal proceedings.
Well, there is that. All right, you can go back to sleep.
True, it's not exactly the strongest defense in legal history. Though I'm pretty confident no jury would convict someone who literally can't pick things up. Your audience might have to settle for a very short trial.
If you guys enjoyed that, I tend to argue with and make fun of my Alexa all the time. But I am indeed missing SD cards. I doesn't know where they went. Well, that's an guys. I found an MMC Plus card. Holy smokes! And an M2 SanDisk card. I don't remember ever owning anything like that. Probably came from a customer's machine or something back in the day. I have one 32 gig card. Where is all the cards, man? I have a whole pile of cards that seem to have run away. Projects has a pile of cards that don't work. I have a pile of cards that ran away. Well, let's look in all these old Creality boards, see if they got stuffed in one of those for some reason. Oh, that was Alexa. I also have a self-hosted home-built version of Jarvis, and he and I don't have that much issues, but the graphics card that was in him has thus blowed up, and I haven't taken the time to replace it. I have another graphics card, I just haven't replaced him. Wait. Nope, the Minix box doesn't have a card in it, which is odd because that thing always has a card in it. Let's look at the old. That has no card in it either. That's very odd. The old Unify server doesn't have a card in it either. All right, we're just going to take one out of this machine because I don't plan on printing with this guy for a while. Well, 128 meg just to get Clipper on this guy. That's all it needs. Perfect. All right. So we have a 32 gig for the CB1. So now we're going to toss that guy right there. Let's put it in the adapter. I swear, I have a neighbor, y'all, that has been utilizing a Sawzall for the past, like, 4 hours. He's getting on my nerves. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but it's driving me bonkers. And then we've got that thing. Now, I've got my Alexa trained fairly well, except for the fact that he likes to argue. Oh, man. Oh, whoa. That chair's way too close. Yeah, that clipper will not go on here. I think I can just copy the image for the Manta. Holy crap. I just thought of something. Ta-da! Y'all, I'm a damn genius. Granted, I won't have a screen for this, which will suck. But that's all right. Let me grab this to get the SD card out. We're going to cheat for the moment anyway. All right. So that should be everything that we need just to get this thing booted. And that card should have the wireless information for this in here as well. We have all 3 motors connected. 1, 2, and 3. We don't have an extruder motor on there at the moment. So let's open doors. And find a longer power cord. Holy crap, that thing's short. Oh yeah, there's the long one. Funny enough, it's actually the original Ender 6 cable. I just kicked a chair. All right. Well, let's see if I blow it up. This does not bode well. We have power. Why do we have no fan here? That's on 110. We will leave it on its side for the moment. Oh, I'm glad I didn't cut myself there. Geez. Okay. So let me log into my router here. See if we can't get this thing to give me an IP address. IP DHCP server. That's faster. So we'll look at the log. All right. Huh. I don't see how that's possible. Do 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 do. Pretzel Rocks can't be playing anything because I didn't tell it to play anything. I was going to say, are we still streaming? It looks like we are. I am not getting an IP address for this thing. I'm trying. Nope, that is definitely not it. Well, let's see if it shows up on the wireless, on the Wi-Fi. Nope. Oh, I bet you I know why. I bet you I know why, chat. Because this damn thing, I can't do it the way I thought I could. Let me turn this off. Pull this card out. The do ender runs off of CAN bus. So I cannot use the card out of it for this. Because the kernel will not boot that way. Darn it. Thought I was going to cheat and get a shortcut. Turns out I was a ding-a-ling. So we're going to have to do this the hard way. Really didn't want to do things the hard way. Wanted to do things the easy way today. Why is Pretzel Rocks now? Oh my Lord. It says things are playing and it's not supposed to. Thankfully, I've got it shut off. I don't understand what's going on here. You're back. Welcome back to the place we've only do blah blah blah. All right, let's close this. So, all right, let's go back to this scene here. All right, first time you guys have seen me in like a half hour. I was trying to cheat, but we're gonna have to do it the hard way. That's all right. Let's go grab the CB. Wait, do I have? I have the CB1 image in here on this computer, I think. Let me go look. No, I don't. Nope. We're gonna have to go snag it. I need to text my wifey and ask her if there's anything to quickly make for food. Because I am starving. And then we're going to grab stuff to copy a CB1 image so we can put clipper on this thing. Yeah. Does we have food stuffs for lunch? Me starving. Tacos! Oh my god, tacos sound so good. All right. Where did I put a browser window? So, yeah, Alex, Brad and I were actually looking at the Magic Phoenix Voron kits. They're really not much cheaper than the Seaboard kits. Sure. Sandwich. Please. All right. Pizza on everything bagels. That'd be awesome. We don't have any everything bagels in the house, though. All right. CB1 install image. So let's grab this real quick. Here's the thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a new image out here because yeah, the latest system image is here, and I'm gonna have to do a config for the wireless out here too because what a crap shoot. Clipper kernel. We're just gonna do the whole shoot shebang. Thankfully, that won't take very long. We've got a minute or so left. You don't like the Manta? I'm just not sure why they put a Manta 8 in that kit. It's huge for that kit. It's way too much of a board for that. It's just, dang. I mean, it is all Big Tree Tech, but it's just a monster board for it. All right. Woo! Let's move that back on the table a little bit so I don't accidentally kill a printer. Get it? Kill a printer? So I also do have this. This is actually a Creality Spider hot end, and I've been trying to figure out which version it is. It's because it's not any version. It's a like I don't even know what this is. When I bought this printer, I bought a whole box of parts, and the lady that gave it, I got it from. This is the oddest thing in the world because this heat block does not belong on this, and this MK8 nozzle really doesn't belong on it. So, but one of the things that I thought I would do for the community is, you guys, everybody knows about these U.S. General miniature toolboxes, right? These guys right here. Well, everybody knows you can do the Gridfinity mods and stuff like that. I'm going to do a giveaway of the color of your choice of U.S. General, and it will be a Gridfinity color and configuration of your choice giveaway. So you'll be able to configure the bottom drawer, the second drawer, and the top. But the catch is everything has to fit for shipping purposes in the original box. So in a couple of weeks, look forward to that giveaway. It'll be a brand new one. I will pick it up from our local store and we will give it away on stream, and then we will customize it and go from there. You're dealing with a hot end problem now with that same one, trying to figure out how to connect a BQ-H2 hot end. You mean the H2VS or the VS2? You mean this little guy? That little guy right there? Howie DeWitt just sent me 2 of those. You know, John Doe, that's actually not a bad idea. Everything comes in a Harbor Freight toolbox. That's a heck of a selling point. Oh, I have a special delivery. Holy smokes. It's even on a serving platter. Thank you, baby. I got sandwiches. Look what the wifey made me. I got sandwiches on a serving platter and cheese. Yeah, I'll come get my door. Thank you. Seaboard comes with a cartographer as well. I mean, yeah. I mean. So, yeah, we'll put this away since it's got sugar in it. She buys these things for me in the morning, and I've got a collection of them now because I've been drinking the sugar-free Pepsis. Anyway. So I'm going to sit here. We're going to chat while this stuff is downloading. Oh yeah, it's done downloading. We got to install it now on the card. So Mini Partition Editor is your best friend, by the way, when dealing with these stupid little cards, which I also need to download apparently because, oh yeah, this is a different hard drive on this computer. Mini Partition Tool. the free download. Where is the X to get out of that? There it is. Download freeware. But if you're dealing with any sort of drives and you need to get rid of partitions, reformat anything, this is the good stuff right here. And you can uncheck their customer experience programs and all that other crap they try to send you. So it's a good deal. You got to go? All right, Heidi, have a good one. I told you guys I'm going to be here a while. I got no plans. Ba-dum-bum-bum. All right. So first things first, let's open up Mini Partition Wizard. And we're just going to go ahead and delete. I don't care what's on it. And I do everything in single steps. And you can do it in combo steps on it with this program, but everything in single steps. That way I can ensure it gets done. So delete, we created as FAT32. Make sure the disk is an MBR disk, not a GPT disk. It says there's a 3.3 gigabyte disk plugged into this thing somewhere. I wonder where that's at. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, yeah. That's the USB drive. I need to, while I'm in here, I might as well format that thing too. All right. Wait, I forgot to do this on the screen where you guys could see what I was doing. So, there we go. So, yeah. This is a USB drive and this is a compact flash. All right. So now we need to flash where is it? This I know is on here because I just flashed something to it the other day. Where's Ballerina Etcher? Death Cube! Thank you for the subscription over there on the YouTubes. I appreciate you. Apparently, I need to go grab that too. I keep forgetting that this is pretty much a new install. And I always go straight to the GitHub instead of to their actual website because I don't trust anything. Alex, throw a link to the Seaboard kit in the chat so we can take a look at it here in just a minute. I'm curious. The 350, if you would, because I want a 350. or just a link to their website. I don't even know what their damn website is or where to get them. Grassy mass. All right. We'll throw this up over here. And while this thing is burning to disk, flash file, downloads. We can go talk about the Seaboard kit. Pretzel rocks. You're not playing any music. Stop it. Dismiss this message. I mean, that's still quite a bit more than I was expecting, but, you know, it is what we're going to do. So, August version 350. Now, which is the better option? Hwin plus 6 Seaboard or 7 Hwin? Huh. I don't know enough about the rails, the difference between the two brands. One plus 6. Okay. Isn't this the same thing? Needs functional parts and no functional parts. Both of them means it doesn't have functional parts. We need to work on the English language here. So in order for me to get pricing, I actually have to add it to cart. Nice thing to do there. All right, so let's just do that. Oh, I am forgetting product options apparently. No, I'm not. No printed parts. $1,000. That's not so bad. So that comes with a 5-inch screen. Wait a minute. Well, no, stop it. comes with a 2209 CAN bus RP20. Stop changing screens. Okay, stop changing screens. The tool board got to go right off the bat. Is there any way I can stop this thing from moving? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's probably the best bang for the buck. Yeah, the toolhead board's the only issue because it's like a 10-year-old toolhead board. But that's not bad. I mean, the Octopus, could be better. But which generation of Big Tree Tech Pi is it? Also, they don't say that. Because I did find that out. There's different generations of those that also have slight variations in them. After talking to Phil about that, I was like, ooh, that's different. I didn't know that. Same model number, different generations. They're slightly different in their performance specs. Yeah, I mean, it's an awesome board. I'm not saying that the Octopus Pro is bad. That's not the issue I've got here. I'm thinking electronics wise. But I'm also wondering, does this include free shipping? Because for $1,000, they better be giving me free shipping. Wait, what? The hell? A tax fee of $80 or higher? That better not be in the US. I mean, everything looks pretty decent on it, but this will obviously get used in a different computer because I have to go with a Pi 5. Switch it to the US warehouse, but it'll still go up by $100. Yeah. Because they're going to have to get greedy. I get it. Everybody's pissed off about the whole shipping crap, but it's ridiculous to charge exorbitant amounts of shipping like that. But they, people have been doing that since long before the tariffs kicked in. Yeah, the RP 2040 is. I've got one sitting right here. It's a nonsense board that can't. Excuse me, can't handle heat. It's really good if you're printing PLA. Do 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 do. Includes all the parts for the almighty stealth burner. And the toolbox. BMG extruder. Yeah, you guys actually, you guys need to remind me. I actually need to order some more of those roll-in T-nuts because those things are sick. All right. This thing done burning this yet? Now we're about halfway through. Check my PMs. You know, I usually ask for dinner and a movie before you slide into my DMs. I don't see anything in my DMs. I need to order a couple of EBB 36 V2s. I don't have any. Yeah, Brad and I were talking about it. I'm going to build a couple Dragon burners while he builds an A4T. What is this? What is this? What are we looking at? Extrusion frame motion kit, R2, full cable kit, wiring harness accessories, fastener kit for Voron 2.4 3D, 434. What the heck am I looking at? Is this everything for a Voron minus electronics? From Hikakuku. This bundle contains 4 items: extrusions, wiring kit, and fastener kit, and a motion kit. That ain't bad. We're going to need to research on this puppy. I mean, to get started with my very first Voron, what do we got here, guys? Well, we know their wiring kit's going to be garbage, but we don't care about that. Genuine Gates belts. That'll be interesting to find out if they're real. No motors or electronics. Well, we understand that. We understand that. Hmm. I mean, it may be cheaper, but will be as fun. I don't know. You know, here's what we're gonna do. Oh well, we're not gonna. I thought I had already logged into this account over here. Verify it's me. Oh, for the love of God. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw this in the maker gift list in the gift registry. So if anybody gets a wild hair up their ass, they can go to the gift. They can go to exclamation point gift and go buy it. How's that? I mean, yeah, it's probably chill. By the time you get done, it's probably still going to be cheaper to go get a full kit. And I don't disagree with that whatsoever. At all. Hmm. Hmm. Flashing's almost done. Pretzel Rocks is lying to all of us. Because it's not playing anything. Because the volume's completely turned down. All right. So when it gets done writing that, then I got to change that and format that card. I mean, it is theoretically possible if you have a bunch of Ender crap like I do to build one for under 500 bucks. Just saying. Waiting for Ballerina Etcher to finish. Salinas, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Because, I mean, y'all are talking about you need motors and stuff. Okay, so I didn't even bring the other box out here. because, yeah. I don't have a place to store them all yet. Oh yeah, there's more. There's quite a bit more. I have like 30 Ender 4240s and 4234s. Most of them came from MakerMind Nexus. About 3/4 of them did. Yeah, this is like a very small portion of them. So I'm going to be actually using quite a few of these to build like CNCs and crap. Actually, I wanted to get these out of that drawer anyway. Because while slow and kind of clunky, they are good for certain things. We're validating now. My wife knows how to make a good sandwich. And no, that's not an insult towards her either. We've been married. Guys, I will be, as of the 10th of this month, in 2 days, I will have been with my wife 30 years. So, believe me, I do not ever intend to insult this woman. Or women in general, for that matter. Because I know how dangerous women are. I do find it hilarious that she decided to serve me lunch on a serving tray. That has never happened. All right, we've got to stop this pretzel rocks thing. It's driving me bonkers. We're going to log out. And stop it from playing. There. Now it should not be doing that any longer because it's not playing anything. No, it was like, we were talking in Discord the other day, and we're talking about just buying the frames. The frames are actually fairly inexpensive. A basic 2020 frame for a Voron 350 is going to run you about $150. It's all the other crap that you have to add into it. This is where you start running into money. The motion kit, $150. Motors, $100 for basic ones anyway. Your electronics, minimum $150. Wiring, another $100. Bed and heater, $150. By the time you get all the systems put back together, Projects and Dad's Garage is absolutely correct. You're going to have $1,000, $1,500 put into it. So buying a kit just makes more sense. Now, that being said, there are a lot of people, such as myself, that don't always have that money all up front. And sometimes you get places that have things on sale. Oh, well, it makes more sense sometimes to buy that one piece of that package because it's way cheaper. But does it? That's the one here, half in the other. I don't know. Okay, bed and heater is more like 200, but you get where I'm saying with it. All right, guys, I'm not going to go to a be right back screen, but I will be right back. And when I come back, if you guys want to, we'll jump into a Discord session and talk about this while we're trying to get this clipper installed in this pink thing. But I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. We're going to leave the screen as is. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. So we're back. All right. So let me jump into the Discord here. And let's see, where is the Discord? Did I accidentally close the Discord? No, I didn't. We're just going to jump into the general channel. Anybody who wants to pop in is more than welcome to, as long as we keep it civil. Is this thing done yet? 96%. And yes, I know. Everybody's going to say, Sunday was the worst day ever to do a long stream. Yeah, I know. Because Steve takes over Sundays. But I don't care. I'm going to do my own thing. Because if you don't do your own thing, well, then things just won't go your way ever. Shite. I forgot to actually set the Wi-Fi stuff up in this. And why does it say that folder is empty? Oh, there we go. Oh, that can't be good. Oh, no. What on earth was that? What was that, everybody? Did you all hear that? I don't have any idea what that. It didn't seem to be a notification. I have no idea what was going on with that, but thank you. What's up, Mythical? Yeah, we are here. We've been here for just over 3 hours. Okay, now it's showing up. That is so strange. It shows up here, but not here. What is going on? It says other, and what the heck? That is Pretzel Rocks getting turned on and off repeatedly. And I want to know how it's happening. Let me go App Manager. I'm just going to uninstall it. That's just getting to be annoying. Uninstall Pretzel Rocks. Back to the pool. All right. That should never happen again because it's no longer installed. I don't know what's up with it. It was Pretzel Rocks doing it, and I don't know how. You're kidding me. It's not even installed, y'all. I completely uninstalled the Pretzel Rocks app. It's a music app on Streamlabs. What the frick is going on with this? That is insane. Okay, now looks like we have to rewrite the image again, which is a tad bit upsetting. Ouch. Oh. So let's close mini partition editor because that could have screwed the image up. Flash from file, select target. Now, can anybody else just imagine projects with a cape in a Speedo, throwing his hand up, going, back to the pool? My Discord invite on YouTube is invalid. Does not surprise me. Here, I will throw a new one out here. Type exclamation point Discord and see if that one works. If not, we'll throw a new one up. Do 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 do. Let me close that, and we'll just generate a new link here. All right, here, we'll just brand new invite. Got it. Make sure you select your roles. That way you can see the whole server. I've got like 180 some people that still haven't selected their roles on the server, and they go, I can't see no channels. Well, I've only pinged you like 40,000 times. Oh. And you know, there is the mentality of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. So just because you can build a Voron for 500 bucks doesn't mean you should. There is that mentality. And there is validity to that as well. Quite a bit of it, actually. JPP, why did you invite me to your server while I am still streaming? That's hilarious. Okay, so we are rewriting the image over to the CB1 flash drive. Excuse me. Let's see what else we can mess around with while we're doing this. So some of the projects that we still need to get done here in the workshop is we need to get more of the rep rack put together. So I actually need to get some printers opened up so I can print more of the, let's go to that. Let's go to that. That scene, the live scene, there we go. So we need to actually get more of the mounts for the rep rack. We got to do 3 more sets. And believe it or not, that is actually level. So this whole rack here was sponsored by Central 3D Printing. They are in the process of moving, but once they are done, check out their store, central3dprinting.com. They have a lot of good stuff up there, and they have some of the best ABS Plus filament you're going to find. They are a wonderful sponsor of the channel. So, and the new Voron PC project, the filament was sponsored by them for that as well. But we also have all the rest of the filament that we still have to put up there. Mythical, you're already in Discord. I haven't changed the link. I haven't updated the link yet. So anybody that wants the new Discord link, here it is. I'll have to go change all of my links for that. So on the back of this big boy here, we are actually going to put the 3MS as soon as I build a respooler for it. The Filamentalist, I got to order parts for that. But this guy is ready to go. Has been for a couple months now. Oh, man. Chaos Child is here and ready for anything. Does that mean you're here at the house or you're here in virtual land? But let's see, what else we got here? We do have some, like I said, some mod upgrades for the Duo-Ender. You guys will actually get to see that thing printing. I've never shown you it printing, but it has been. The Anycubic Cobra S1 parts kits are on the way for it. Thank you, Anycubic, for sending those. We have thank you to Howie DeWitt 3D, Brad, for sending all the extruder parts so that we can get the Ender 3 Max Neo back up and running. The hot end kind of took the crap the bed on that thing. The other one I got to actually rebuild as well. And then let's see what else we got here. Oh yeah, we have the CNC project still going. I think I bricked the MKS Maker baseboard on it. We're going to find out because that thing will not take firmware now. And I'm not sure what's going on with it. So I may end up ordering a new Maker-based DLC32 board for it. They're cheap, so we'll see. All I want to do is get this written so we can get this thing moving. That's the goal today, is to get the kinematics moving. I just want to buzz steppers, man. I want to buzz steppers. I don't even care about a config. I just want to go, bzz, bzz. Hey, look, it moves. End stream. Yeah, we do have another Ender 3 down here that just may turn into a mill. Yeah, or a router table because of John. Thank you, John. I was already going to do that project, but now you make me want to do it even more. Thank you. All right, thank you. So we have plenty of projects coming up when it comes to actual printers and printer-related stuff. And then we have actual printing projects, which is why I need this thing up and running. If you guys don't know, I have become recently friends with the gentleman of Titan 3D, a very cool 3D artist, and he builds really big stuff. Let me bring you guys up to some of his stuff here. So let's go back to the browser screen. I already have this file, the massive Star Destroyer, the Titan Destroyer. This thing is absolutely gargantuan. It is 17 inches by 26 by 10. For a 3D print, that's pretty dang big. And the cool thing is all of his stuff basically bolts together with bolts that you 3D print. And it prints just that beautifully. And he just released, he just released this. And I'm like, yow, come on, man. This is so cool. But there's a bottle of water compared to this gargantuan print. This thing's huge. But he has quite a few big prints. You know, the Starship. And no, that's not Jeff Bezos, you know, cockship. You know. OG Gaming. OG Oni Gaming, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. And he has quite a few other models. You know, I got the aircraft carrier as well. I got the free Titan fighter. I got the pirate ship. I got the stand for the Titan fighter. The sushi boat's kind of cool. I don't eat sushi, but he's got some. I mean, this thing is, you know, some of this stuff is cool. The penguin. You guys know who I got to send. I got to print the penguin and send it to some, you know, to a friend of ours. But you know, he's got some really nice models up here, and I'm just like, you know, yeah, I got to do it. The habit tracker. This is actually a pretty sick little thing. Reading, exercise, eat healthy. I have another use for it. Thank you, Mythic, for the 102 biddies. I appreciate you. You're getting distracted with firmware and doing the control box? I decided that when I build mine, I'm going to use the Pico. For simplicity's sake, plus there's pre-made firmware for it. So I don't have to deal with it. Someone, holy cow, what you doing, buddy? How's it been? How you doing? Guys, this is one of my oldest friends in gaming land. Someone is awesome. It has been a while. I've been around. I stopped streaming games. I retired from gaming on, well, gaming live anyway. Now I just game for fun. Sub goal reach, let's go. What the heck? You gifted a sub. Thank you so much for gifting sub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mythic, you're awesome. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. I'm loving it. Oh, man. My sub goal, I didn't even know I had a sub goal set for this month yet because I didn't remember setting one. Probably a Twitch automatic thing of reaching 5 or something of that sort. Because normally I set a sub goal of 50. Maybe I did set one and I just forgot a 0. But I am happy getting anything right now because I haven't been streaming a whole lot. And we're getting back to that. What's up with the printer? Well, we're redesigning it and modernizing it. So this is an Ender 6 that we've taken the last couple of weeks and we're putting brand new electronics in it and rewiring the whole thing. And it's going to end up being a Mercury 1 project. So if you want to know what that is, let me show you what the Mercury 1 is. Oh my gosh. The Mercury 1 and of course we don't have pictures of a Mercury 1 anywhere on the actual freaking web page. Ender 2 Core XY. This is already Core XY, but here we go. Funds are right here. Let's just do this. Where is this? Need big picture. Okay, fine, go away. It essentially turns this guy here into a more robust, faster, more modernized Core XY printer. I broke it. It's automatic. Yeah, you can always set your goal, but yeah. I probably didn't, and it just set it to 5. But thank you nonetheless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But this is Mercury 1 project on an Ender 5. This is an Ender 6. And so I have to do a little bit of self-sourcing on it. But it's got a 300 build volume, and we're going to change that to a 330 or a 350. So it's going to be a fun project. Yeah. Yeah, Misty was in here earlier. She disappeared to go do something or another. By the way, chapter 3 for Dune's out, so you should get in and come play with us. You have to start all over, but you don't have to start all over, but you can continue where you left off, which was at the beginning. You need to come play. Join your friends, I don't stream games anymore. This is what I do. I stream maker content. Oh my gosh, my nose is itching like heck. And we're waiting for firmware to write to this SD card so we can get this sucker up and running. 98% done. But yeah, we're out in my workshop right now. Tinkering handyman. That's about right. I'm not a professional in anything anymore other than talking. I'm a professional bullshitter. We're going to be starting a project building a PC case pretty soon. Dude, this is like, I don't even know which classification. It's the Ultra class. It was the, actually, it was a card that actually came out of the camera that I normally use. It's not the ultra high fast, but it was the second tier underneath that. So it's a fast card. Guys, this is amazing. We're at 3.5 hours. Normally, you guys know I can only do 2 hours. I'm struggling through it. I'm going to do at least 4 hours today. So, I am like in gobs of freaking pain, but I'm going to do it. Normally, when it comes to SD cards, I use the Ultra SD mini SDs, and I can't remember which. I think they're class 5s or something like that. This one's a class 4. That's what it is. Rosraid, Mama Bear. Oh my. Rosalind Duke. Oh Lord. Oh my. It's been a hot minute since Miss Roz sent anybody over to me, and I appreciate y'all. How is everybody doing? Wise Angel, welcome. Mama Bear, welcome. How's everybody doing? What a treat. And I'm not being facetious. It's an actual treat. You're fine and dandy? Well, I appreciate all of you. That's absolutely wonderful for all to have all you here. Miyagi, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Coffee time. I drank all my coffee. Now I'm drinking sugar-free Pepsi. Welcome, everybody joining. My name is Captain Kern. I'm currently off camera so you can see the printer and see the screen. I'm a former game streamer and professional bullshitter. turned into maker content. I do 3D printing and make stuff and do a little woodworking now and then, and a little of this, a little of that, a little of everything else. And I appreciate all of you. Welcome, everybody. You have a Sonic Pad for your Ender 6, but you can't seem to load the new code for the BL Touch? I have no idea. I've never even used a Sonic Pad. For that matter, I've never seen one in person. Happy little mix. You know, that's the one thing about all the communities that I belong to. You know, they all try to support each other, and I'm very grateful to belong to all those communities. You know, I've known Roz for a long time, and I've known Squid, and you know, and everybody else, you know, in the the LawTube and commentary community, and the maker community, plus all the gaming community that I belong to. I'm very, very blessed to belong to all these communities and get along with a lot of people. So I'm very thankful for all of you. So, and welcome everybody for joining in. If you wouldn't mind doing me one favor, just hit that like button if you haven't, and if you find my content entertaining enough, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. I dipped underneath 18,000. I'd like to get back up there eventually. Right now we're writing software to an SD card so we can plug it into this little computer that I'm pointing at so we can get this thing up and running. Maybe I should start printing these Mjolnir Thor hammers and sending them out to all my my content creator friends. I think that would be fun. I'll show you that on camera here in a minute. So I found this model back about 2 years ago, and I don't remember where. And I modified it because the guy didn't have the scroll work for the Norse symbols quite right. There we go. So that's Mjolnir with the proper scroll work. Let me bring it around so I can show everybody. It actually has the proper Norse runes on it. It's really hard to print too, because the supports kind of ruined some of it. I have to. This was printed on an old Ender 3, but maybe I should send those out for band hammers for everybody. That would be fun. But once again, welcome everybody. Need to see. Oh yes, I could CNC it as soon as I get the CNC up and running. Make it out of an aluminum block. I don't have the CNC power to do it out of steel. Mythic says hydrate. I'm just getting ready to do that. Jeez, pushy. And guys, if you see and you don't hear, if you see text and you don't see it, you'll see it on screen because the chat's on screen. But I am multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. We're validating at 66%, even though you guys can't see it yet. But this is actually the longest I've streamed in a very, very long time. Just pushing myself to my absolute max limits. I usually limit my streams to about 2 hours. We've been going for, 3 hours, 43 minutes now. And I'm very happy I did, or else I would have missed the opportunity to get rated by Roz. So thank you so much, Roz. I appreciate you. But we're going to be doing a lot more projects, not just 3D printing. We have some painting projects coming up. We have some, the big project for this year is I'll be bringing my aquaponics greenhouse back. And in doing that, we're going to be mixing a lot of disciplines. We'll be 3D printing a lot of the connectors instead of purchasing them from, the store like Home Depot or what have you. We'll be doing, of course, carpentry and woodworking with that. There would be a lot of different disciplines involved in, in the entire maker world to get that all back up and running. And then we're going to install some cameras in there so everybody can sit there and watch the aquaponics system grow throughout the year. So that's going to be fun because I had a lot of fun and a lot of good times putting that together. As I did. That was 2013, 2012 when I first did that. And I ran the aquaponics greenhouse for 7 years. And then I stopped doing it when I got sick. I got real sick and then I just couldn't do it anymore. And I'm trying to get back to the point where I can. And I'm just going to force myself to do it because I want to. Plus, I want to eat better. I used to raise a lot of greens in there, like kale and stuff like that. And I grew tomatoes and kale and lettuce and all sorts of fun stuff all year round. So, your garden is permanently waterlogged? Oh, I can't. I live in a desert, northeast Colorado. So I have just the opposite. It's really hard to keep the ground wet here. Excuse me. So aquaponics has the same purpose in both areas. So stay tuned for that. Give me a follow, sub, what have you, and that'll be a very fun project for you guys to follow along with. I learned from some of the best people in the business on how to actually make that work, and you can do it without all the commercialized products. A couple 55, plastic 55-gallon drums, and a fish tank pump, and some PVC pipe. That's all you really need. And learning the art of the bell siphon is your biggest thing. You just printed an aquaponics tower. I have 2 of them in the house right now. As a matter of fact, on my Amazon list is 2 fish tank pumps. I actually need to order pumps for them. And then I need to order, oh God, I got to order like 3 yards of, when I get the greenhouse back up and running, I'll need to order like 3 or 4 yards of 1-inch rock. Because that's the one thing, is it takes rock. Don't believe everybody that says you got to use the actual media. You got to order the volcanic media. No, you just need rock. I used 1.5-inch rock the last time. This time I want to use 1 inch. It says something went wrong again, y'all. I have a feeling that there's something wrong with this disk image. Let's grab the other image from, Let's grab the minimal image. This does not bode well. Rocks are full of minerals. The biggest thing is you need minerals and you need fish. Fish provide the nitrogen through their poop. You feed the fish poop. The poop filters through the system and feeds the plants. That's all there is to it. Hydroponics is easy. Aquaponics is even easier because you don't need additive chemicals at all. You just need fish and fish food. So, John, actually, in your tower, rock wool works pretty good. Cotton balls. Just use cotton balls. Pure cotton. Not bleached cotton, pure cotton balls. Chucky, you could, as long as it is diluted. Because chicken poop is very, very powerful. I actually have made and added to my system when I was running it what they call super tea. At least that's what we called it back those days. And I actually almost killed my entire system because it was 1 cup of that super tea in a 3,000 gallon system was too much. Yeah, that was holy cow. So I used our chicken poop as well as worm casings, and just 1 cup of that super tea just almost demolished the system. I had to completely, I drained about half the water out and filled it full of new water just to keep the plants alive because they just almost died. What are we growing? When I had my aquaponic system going, I was growing kale, tomatoes, strawberries, lettuces, peppers in it, all sorts of different peppers. Let me see if I can bring some pictures up. I can show you guys. Let's see if I can bring some pictures up. Photos. 2013. Let's go to 2015 photos. Greenhouse. Yeah, some of these will work. Oh, some of these will actually really work because this is winter time. Oh man, my nose is just kicking my butt. So yeah, there's our former chicken coop in the winter. And let's see. And of course, this thing doesn't want to do that. So yeah, there we go. That was the peppers and tomato season. Banana peppers specifically. And strawberries. You guys can see the strawberries right over here. But my greenhouse was it's a 20 by 10. And instead of using barrels, I used these. I don't remember where I got these things from either. But they were rectangular water tanks, and I cut them in half. But that's in the middle of winter, and we were keeping it 70, 75 degrees in there because we double lined the liner on the greenhouse and blew air into it. And there's the tank. That was a maintenance day. You can see where the water level generally hung out. There's catfish in the bottom of that thing. Yeah, there's the strawberry patch. Strawberries in the middle of winter in Colorado. Yeah, we had worm farm going. That's where I got the worm casings from. Darn Skippy, Chucky. That's where we got the super. That's part of where we made the super tea from. And we had a mix of cherry tomatoes and regular tomatoes and all sorts. It kind of got out of hand, as you can see. Let's see if I can find some other stuff in here. Turn it back to this scene before I get myself in trouble and show something I'm not supposed to. Let's see here. There was a couple of iterations of this because I went through and I redesigned it a number of times. Because the first time I built it with wooden boxes. That was a huge mistake. But those wooden boxes lasted for 2 years before they completely destroyed themselves. Well, that's definitely not greenhouse stuff. That was fishing. So we actually used to farm our entire property. Our front yard, our backyard, had the greenhouse. Sadly, can't do that anymore because my back is too screwed up for that. So is my wife's. Used to follow the whole adage, plant food, not lawns. Lawns don't do anybody any good. Lawns just chew up water, cost you money. 2016. Yeah, there we go. Now there's some more. Let's do that. Now there's 2016. There's the kale patch. There's the strawberry patch still there after all those years. That was, if I remember right, that was the weekend I cleaned all the damn tomatoes out. But all this piping and everything is all expensive. So this time around, the PVC pipe was cheap. But all these fittings cost a fortune because they're like $2.50, $3 a piece. So we're going to print all the fittings. There it is in its glory right there. But this time around, we'll put black plastic down on the bottom. That way there's no weeds, easy maintenance. Piranha would actually be a very interesting fish, especially if you eat a lot of meat and have a lot of meat scraps. A lot of people use tilapia. The problem with tilapia is they don't produce as much nitrogen as people think. They produce a lot of waste, but not a lot of nitrogen in their waste. I used catfish for a reason. Now, the problem with catfish is the spines on them. They poke holes in tanks. So if you use catfish, make sure you use a heavy liner. I learned that the hard way. The big thing is just make sure you take care of it. It doesn't take a lot, but make sure you keep your water levels checked. Make sure you keep an eye on your bell siphons, because you get one bell siphon that screws up, all your water will drain out. Piranha is accessible. Well, so is catfish. Catfish live everywhere in the world. And South America, so is tilapia. And, well, you guys got, what, 3 or 4 different types of piranha down there. So, yeah, I mean, piranha would work. Yeah, we had an especially cold winter that year, so I had to use an oil heater to help keep it heated, but it wasn't too bad. And the starters. That was March 11th, 2016. Yo. Yeah, I used to have a bunch of YouTube videos up following this too, so it's pretty interesting. Julian, welcome. Oh, my. Well, I don't think that we're going to get much else done on this because I'm having trouble getting this card to format correctly. And we are at the 4-hour mark. So we didn't get it up and running. That is sad. But we got everything plugged in. It's ready to test. Looks like I'll need to go to Amazon and go order some SD cards because I don't have any more left. I am completely out. I thought I had 2 or 3 more left, and I don't, because I can't find them. So that said, it is time for me to go chill and relax. I enjoyed thoroughly having all of you with me today. It has been a pleasure. I stream normally on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. I will be putting out more shorts and more long-form content. So look forward to that on the channel. Do me a favor, if you haven't, hit that like button. Subscribe if you found my content any sort of entertaining, because that's how the channel keeps growing. That was interesting. So with that, I wish you guys a very, very good rest of your day. Thank you for joining me, and I'm out of here. Captain loves you. Bye, everybody.